Is there a way to do it, or is there not? If not, that's fine.
There's an icon
There might
here.
be a mute on there.
Let's see. So if I do that,
Let me make sure.
Oh, Justin. Oh, gotcha. I'm pulling up our founding fathers quotes. So yeah.
A lot of people are saying the internet's down in their neighborhood.
Yeah, that is. I could not.
in their neighborhoods?
Yeah.
Oh, these?
These down? No, because I
But
could.
we're on Stratus.
Not all of them, but most of them are.
But people turning in are not necessarily.
Sorry.
I see one viewer.
Okay. So it
And
does
we
tell
have
you.
excellent connection, it says.
But it does tell you how many.
Yes, they will. And now we have 8. Mostly working.
I just need a couple more minutes. Bear with me.
I know, I heard some of the teachers asking. They're willing to talk.
I needed all of those. Then you got that. What did you want on there? You want more? No. Don't make it.
Because I'll lose it. Would you listen to what you say? You did it last time. See, I don't want to.
You don't want a mic.
I don't want to wear him out.
I was like,
He'll tell me no. He's tired. Okay. What?
okay, people can hear online.
They can?
Yeah.
Scattered tonight. It's been a day.
It's funny, the wind is so cold and the entryway is so cold and up here it's so toasty.
Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and call us to order for Liberty Tree Academy regular board meeting for April 20th, 2023. Let's go ahead and start with the roll call. Jenny Helen. Mike Johnson. Here. And Mike Peterson is not with us today. He's excused, and the chair is present, so we do have a quorum of 3. Let's go to the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I'll go ahead and I'll read our mission and our vision. Liberty Tree Academy prepares students through a traditional, content-rich education in a disciplined and orderly environment to be self-governing citizens who are equipped to carry out the vision of our nation's founders to preserve and perpetuate liberty. In our vision, Liberty Tree Academy is dedicated to an authentic, traditional American education, to be a community that actively cultivates character in a challenging and engaging learning environment. Before we approve the agenda, I need to make a few amendments and help keep me on track if I lose sight. I know we need to add an adoption of the budget. Because I think right now we have a financial report, which is not the same as the preliminary budget. So I'd like to add a letter F, which would be adoption under action items, item 11. And then we'll add F, which would be adoption of preliminary budget. Okay. G, the appointment of our board member that we currently have a vacancy for. Pen is dying. Can I steal this one?
Sir.
Thank you. Okay. And am I missing anything, or are those the two?
Just the charter contract, which you.
That's
or
right.
you can add it specifically to 13 as a B, as a A,
That's right.
and then
That's
that's on
right.
to B.
Yeah. So charter contract, we'll make that item 11B.
You want 13.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah, 13. Yeah. Okay. I think that's clean. I think that's it. There's 3 items. Any edits to my?
I think that's it.
Okay.
That's all I recall.
So I move that we amend the agenda before us to add letter F, which is adoption of preliminary budget for 23-24. That we add letter G, which is a board member appointment, and that we add letter B to item 13, which is the charter contract.
Point of order, Tim. We have a resolution from Dustin that goes with that contract.
Ah,
Do you want to put that with the
yes,
charter
let's
contract?
go, yeah, I'll go ahead and I'll make that under 13. Let's add that as C.
Okay.
Principal resolution.
Yeah.
Or hiring.
So which one were you talking about, Linda?
Pardon me?
Which one were you talking about?
It goes with the contract. It's a resolution to accept the contract.
I guess those are 2 separate votes.
Do you want them separate or do you want them together?
Because I
Put
think
them
if you
on there.
adopt the resolution, you adopt the contract.
Right.
So I think it's one
One?
it's
Okay.
one action. So I think that still stands with B, but you are correct in adding C for purposes of the principal hiring resolution. Okay. All right. So let me start over so it's clear. I move. Actually, would you withdraw your second?
I'll withdraw in a second.
Thank you. I withdraw my motion. I offer a new motion. So I move to add item F, which is the appointment of a preliminary, I'm sorry, the adoption of a preliminary budget for 23-24. Letter G, board member appointment. Then to further amend item 13 by adding letter B, which is the charter contract resolution. And then letter C, which is the principal hiring position resolution. Can I get a second?
Second.
Good. Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Ms. Helland,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. That's 3. So we are in good shape. Now I move to approve the agenda as amended.
Second.
Very good. Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mrs. Helland,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. That passes. So we have an approved agenda. Okay. Our founding fathers quote: "A diffusion of knowledge is the only guardian of true liberty." James Madison. And let's go to board member reports, item 7. Mr. Johnson, would you like to go first? Do you have anything to?
No, I'm just interested to hear from Mrs. Stanky how the interviews are going. I know we have a few that you had in the bucket, and I saw the resume, so I'm curious to see how those.
They've been going very well. We have a few candidates who are coming in who are not very well qualified, and we have quite a few others that are very nicely qualified. I think the interviews are going well. We do have quite a few positions to fill, and so we're just plugging away. We refreshed our Indeed postings yesterday, so it'll generate a new flurry of applicants because we want it to be at the top of the searches. And so they had moved their way down and they were kind of disappearing, and so we refreshed them to get them back up to the top again. And we're just getting through those as fast as we can, and I've made 2 offers, I think, so far, for some exceptional candidates, and we're waiting to hear back on those, and we're still working on all the others.
Thank
So,
you.
Mrs. Allen?
So I had the opportunity to attend the talent show week or two ago. We have some really talented students.
Yes, we do.
For being such a small
Yeah.
school, we had some in a vast sort of talents too. There was like a fifth grader, I think she was, who's an amazing artist, and we have some amazing musicians, and we had everything from loud drums to original songs. So students looked good. I think everybody had a good time. I know there was one student who was kind of spearheaded the efforts and did a really good job. I know she was under quite a bit of stress, but she handled herself really well, which is the type of leadership I think in the students that we want to produce here at LTA. So that was a good night. Been busy reviewing resumes and trying to get board stuff organized, and that's about it.
Okay. So I'll add, obviously those tuning in online, I think we're trying a different approach. We may have another time or two before we actually lock into a solid routine, but I got a good amount of feedback from our last meeting. Some frustration with the inability to hear, so we have a speaker here. Hopefully those online can hear us okay, but I'm trying to get us to a point where this is a regular occurrence. This is somewhat modeled after what P49 has in place, where you can go to their website, you can jump on their YouTube channel that broadcasts, and it gives the ability for the LTA community to go ahead and tune in if they have other things competing against actually being here in person. So for those that want to comment, public comment, obviously being here in person is the only way to do that. This is just a broadcast in terms of information out, not necessarily any information or data in, but hopefully this change to a YouTube channel makes that a little bit better. If it is a success tonight, I would appreciate some feedback from anybody that is tuned in. Much thanks goes to Jordan and to Mrs. Walsh for making sure that we are functioning. Jordan is our IT guy that we contracted with, had a lovely conversation with him today. And so I think, hopefully this is a new kind of way ahead to make sure that we're being more transparent. Outside of that, I have a parent meet and greet tomorrow here in this room at 4:30 to 5:30. I could have saved that for announcements, but I'm fearful that I may forget by the time we get to the end of this agenda. But other than that, I don't really have anything. Just wanted to flag both of those. All right, let's move into item number 8, which is principal report. Mrs. Stanky, if you would kick us off with hiring additions, which you kind of gave us a prequel to, but you would share with us items A through, looks like we have E, which has some subcomponents.
I have a few odds and ends that I'm going to just throw in as we go. I wanted to tell you about the student who ran the talent contest, the talent show, Lily Rogers, had done an original composition and she played that there. She had another one that she did for an assembly as part of her senior thesis, kind of a performance type thesis. And she had the Youth Symphony play with her. And they came in and played for the mainly for the upper school, but there were a few other grade levels that begged to come in and listen also. And it was beautiful. It was really beautifully done. The whole cadre of Youth Symphony and professional directors and everything was really wonderful. And so we're very proud of Lily. I bragged on her at a D49 meeting the other day. Just we come together and we say good things that are happening, and it was so fun to be able to brag about her. CMAS is finished. We're done with that. Yay. One of the things that we're graded on with that is the level of participation that we have. The state wants us to have at least 95% participation, and we did have a few parents who bowed out and asked for their kids to be exempted, but for the most part, we had a large participation. We probably had maybe a half a dozen families that opted out. That went well, and big kudos to Mrs. Hoffman, who organized it, Mrs. Moore, who helped her with the organization, the training, and then just coordinating all the special little groups that have to be done differently. Students who need more time, students who need things read to them, various things like that. And so it was hard work, and everybody really cooperated well. It was great. Our new computers that you approved last month have arrived. We've received, I think, 177 of the 200, and they're in the process of getting them set up, provisioned, the software links put on them for NWEA testing that's coming up, and They had 90 of them done the other day, and Jordan was going to be coming in an extra day to keep working on those and keep getting those done. They didn't come in quite as quickly as we'd hoped for, but they've worked hard to get a lot done already.
Will you be able to make it in time with getting those provisions in place, or whatever needs to be done to make it usable?
We might have to spread things out a few extra days if we don't have the full batch of them ready at the beginning of the week, this next week. That's why Jordan's going to come in Monday when we're closed, and he's going to try and get some more done. So the hope is there, and if not, then we'll just have to do them over a few more days. It'll take us a few days longer to get it done. But it should work pretty well, and the system should work well. He's been very careful and intentional with how he's getting things set up, and we had some issues this morning with other computers and internet and things, and we started sending him emails and texts and things, and pretty soon he had it taken care of. So had it figured out very quickly. So I think it's been a really good thing for us having CTS on board and having their expertise available. It's been really good. Our cameras, we're going to have a few more cameras installed on May 12th. We've contracted with a company to help with the wiring part of it and to make sure that's done all right. And Jordan and Mrs. Daggerpont, our in-house person for IT, are watching over that, and they will work with them, get them in the hall to work, get them out of the hall in time for passing period, get them back in the hall to work after the kids are off in class and things. So it'll be a little juggling for them, but I think it'll be great. We have postings on our hiring update. We have postings for our school counselor, for a Latin teacher. Those are a little bit harder to hire positions, and we're in the process of getting the elementary positions filled and some of the upper school core classes filled. And then I'll post for an instructional coach, and for we've already have postings for one more SPED teacher, and then we'll need a couple of SPED paras. And I've saved a few things to post a little bit later because we can't do all the interviews all at once. It's just a little bit too much. So we're kind of spreading it out a little bit. Update on the water damage on the gym floor. This has been such a process. Mrs. Walsh has worked really hard to get contractors in to give us bids and things like that, and sometimes they don't get back to us with bids, and we poke at them and trying to get it done. We had a company come in for the mitigation part. We wanted to make sure that we didn't have mold under that flooring that had been wet. They did some tests on top, checking how much moisture is still in the wood, and that looked good because of the place where it had been wet. That was pretty close to the same, within a few ticks to what it was over beside it, that hadn't been wet, and then on across the room, and they checked it and things. But one of the things we discussed is, could there be mold underneath there? And we were a little bit concerned, and we wanted our parents to feel reassured. And so we had a mold test run, and you have the inspection report there in your packet. They told us, first of all, if we didn't smell anything, if there was anything, we would be smelling it. And so that was a pretty good indication that it was okay. But we cleared out the gym one afternoon for him to run specific tests, and their findings were that we did not have any kind of bad mold. There obviously are going to be a few things in the air that are just normal for being in the air or normal for being in there because there's food service in there and so forth, but nothing to be afraid of. And one of the same mitigation company looked at things, and as the time has passed, because it happened in the middle of February, enough time has passed and it has dried out so much, they said that we might not even need to take up flooring, and that perhaps worst case scenario is we sand it, and then they do say if you sand part of it, you're going to end up having to sand the whole thing, which is humongous. But one of the gentlemen from the mitigation company said, if you could be patient and wait, it may just settle down, because wood has a memory and it could just settle down. And we do reseal it every year, and that needs to still be done. So we're kind of waiting. CHASA is supposed to come in again, our High School Activities Association. they're supposed to come in again and visit with us again, do another tour, do another inspection, and we want to see what they think. And if they would be willing to let us just kind of watch it and wait and see if it settles down just a bit more, then that's probably the direction we will go, as long as it's okay with you all. And delay and not sand the floor, but just do the normal sealing. The gym has to be closed down for 2 weeks with the sealing for it to completely dry and cure and everything. If we have to tear stuff out or if we have to do sanding, they said they could do that the sanding they could do in a few days to a week. Is that the right amount of time that you remember? Okay, checking my memory there. And then there'd be the process of sealing it again, and then we would have to paint after that, repaint, depending on what we've done, repaint the big eagle in the center, repaint the lines. Where we have the basketball lines, Mr. Markle would like the inside of the key painted so that students are, when they're playing basketball, they're more aware that they're in the key because they're only allowed to stay in there so long. We're having more violations with that because they're not as aware as they need to be. So that's just one thing we need to add.
Would that, if it takes 2 weeks in the sealing and all that, that's something we're waiting to do until the summer, I
Right.
assume. to make
Right,
sure-
not during school, correct.
When
Yeah.
does Chassa come?
We don't have a date.
I thought they were coming in, are they coming before November? Because I thought Mr. Markle had said 2
He's-
dates.
He said, so he went to a meeting, he's going to a meeting next week, I think it is, in Denver. So obviously it would be sometime in May. I do not know exactly. They didn't give him a date
Okay.
or anything. Maybe they will at this meeting. I don't know. We can let you know when that comes up.
Sure.
Yeah, I just would hate for us to seal it if we have to sand
Just
it
sit- right,
like
no,
2 months
totally.
later.
Right, totally. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, it would be easy to say, let it rest. But then if it's going to affect anything in their decision making about us being able to be a part of CHASA, or if there's any concern for them, then we want to take that under advisement and consider that too.
Okay.
So good report on the mold. I wanted to have that and wanted to get that in the record. We had a fire inspection last week, just an annual thing that we do. And they came through and checked lots and lots of things. Do we have daisy chains of extension cords? Do we have things hanging from the ceiling? Do we have too much paper on the walls? They go through all those things. And they gave us a list of things to work on, and they'll be back in 30 days to check on all those things. There were a few things like too many trash cans in the hall by the doors. So it kind of was a traffic impeding sort of thing. We had... I don't think there were any things that were majorly serious. There's one piece that I've got to check on in the science storage of chemicals type things. But they were very pleasant, very good to work with. And then we're so lucky we were drawn for a health department inspection, and they came today. And so they said it was at random, and I thought, this doesn't feel very random when you have the health department one week and the fire department the week before. So that went very well. She's going to send a report. She said it wasn't really an inspection, but they were looking for certain things. And for the most part, everything was wonderful. There were a couple of things that we have to adjust. They want us to use disinfectant less often and sanitizer, which is weaker, more often. Because of places where the kids are in contact with it a lot. And they have some recommendations that they want to make on chemical storage, and we'll hear what that is coming up. They did ask Mrs. Newbern, especially, a lot of questions about how much are we using chemicals, how much are the kids exposed to certain kinds of things that could be toxic,
Like clean
and so
you're
forth.
saying.
Well,
I think science lab.
for science lab, yeah. And a little bit with Mr. Surratt with things for biology, because they have some chemicals they use for things there. And so she was pretty comfortable with the things that she heard, but there could be some recommendations for things we have to do. One thing that came up, I think in the fire department thing, was the book that we have that has all the data on the chemicals and the cleaners and everything. It is a good thing just to have a second copy of that in the front office in case there's ever an incident and they need to get to it more quickly or something. So little things like that not major things. I was surprised they didn't say something about how much paper we have on the walls. That was not in the list at all. So things are pretty good. There are things like how much room do you have around the entrance to the door? When you open the door, is there enough space around that for people to get in and out comfortably, especially if there's an emergency? So that went well. And then I'm up to the calendar for next year. And that's in your packet. I made some changes that Jenny requested, and then I'm open to whatever else you want to do with this. It does need to get approval tonight so that it can go to the district tomorrow. They wanted it sooner, but we do need to get it in tomorrow.
Did you want to?
Yeah, I just have one question.
Sure.
I think, which is the conferences are October 12th and 13th.
Yes,
Are the kids in school that day?
they are not.
Okay. So can we just?
Yeah, it's too hard on teachers
Right.
to have the kids here and then, try to work till 9 o'clock at night to do conferences. The teachers will schedule the conferences with the families, so they don't come and just wait, but it'll be well managed. And then if they're done early on Friday, then we'll let the teachers go home after that.
Okay. What about on the 15th? It says conferences are, sorry, March 15th.
March 15th.
Parent-teacher conferences.
Okay.
Are
And
to require it or request it? So is there school that day?
so previously I had the 14th and 15th, and I thought maybe we don't need 2 days for that.
Yeah.
What that is a time to talk with parents whose kids have a lot of D's or F's.
Okay.
It's only for the kids who are failing. Those parents we need to have meetings with and see how we can get things turned around before the end of the year. Of course, we'll be in communication before that at the semester change, but it becomes kind of urgent. And I didn't want to put it right before spring break, or we wouldn't get anybody in the door. So
are the kids in school that day, or is that a day
they would.
off?
It'll be a day off.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I think we just
I don't think we can, because the teachers have to be available to talk with the parents. I don't think we can do both at the same time.
So would it be like the staff would be here type of a situation?
And then the needed parents would come in
And on that
based
day.
on a scheduling an appointment with the teachers that they need to talk to.
Okay. And those were my main questions.
Okay.
Were those two in particular? Because we want to make sure that the families know whether or not they need to take care arrangements.
So let me ask this, just so that I have.
Uh-huh.
So when it says LTA closed, how do we differentiate between like staff being here but no students need to be here? So as a key, I'm missing that.
Professional development day, no students or a
Okay.
staff training day.
So then that means that for those dates, for the 12th,
So
13th,
with the
14th,
staff training that is in the green for August, is that what you're asking?
No, I was talking about, we're going to amend this to include the 12th and the 13th of October as no students needing to be here. And Mrs. Helen pointed out that it would be color coded as, I guess, the orange color, which is professional development day, no students. Just so the parents have that. Because right now, obviously, the 12th and 13th of October are pink, which doesn't have any.
Oh, it should, yeah, at the bottom line, it should,
Okay,
it's
that's
missing,
fine.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It should say parent-teacher conferences.
And then I would put no students there. Or,
Yeah, as well.
No students or whatever.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like there's a couple, 2 or 3 edits.
Right, and then just I'm just thinking, I've gone back and forth on this, is we have a back to school day on August 9th.
Yes,
There's back to school night, depending on alphabet, which
so,
makes some sense because then parents don't have to come 2 nights in a row if they have
So,
kids in different
right.
grades.
so back to school night is usually in the evenings, like from 5:30 to 7:30. Parents come in and meet their teachers, bring in their supplies, their kids put their stuff in their desks. They kind of see where things are, especially if they're new. They may have questions about the routines. They might sign up for sports. The upstairs kids would get their locker assignments. It's kind of a day to get the business stuff out of the way, but also kind of a get acquainted time. If we had clubs going, there might be a place, someplace at the table where they could go and sign up for those clubs. any other activities, that sort of thing. And it's too hard. I mean, it's challenging enough to get that many students in here, but then if you add 1 or 2 parents on top of that, getting half of them in the building at a time and trying to spread it out is really logistically kind of the best.
And then you have the kindergarten meet and greet on August 4th, from 8 to 10, I guess.
So that's something that they've done in the past. I don't know if we need both. I left it, but we can certainly we can take that out. I don't think both are needed.
Sixth grade. Wait, what high school here is? What do we consider high school here?
Pardon?
No, sorry, middle school.
Sorry.
6
Um,
to 8?
Mr. Manley?
They come upstairs 6th grade, right?
Yes, ma'am.
7.
No,
Seven.
Sixth grade is.
6th grade is still downstairs. Okay, so
Oh, I'm
7th
sorry.
grade.
They do come up for A class. But
Oh, A class. Okay, but when they have like a bunch of classes,
7th
this
grade.
person 7th grade.
Mm-hmm.
The kinder meet and greet is always separate, so we have the kindergartners not surrounded by all the big kids, and all those 1st through 6th graders. We've always had a kinder meet and greet on a separate time, especially so for those kinder mom parents that might have another student too, because they're usually more emotional with the kindergarten meet and greet.
I'm just trying to, like, do we need to have a day that's set aside for new students, and students are going to be 7th grade to kind of walk around with their schedules, figure out the lockers? Because I'm assuming,
We did do that last year, but that was removed from the calendar this year.
and I'm just assuming that back to school night, when you're dealing with half of the alphabet in this building, is going to be somewhat overwhelming for those new students and students that haven't ever been in the building before or need to like figure out a locker for the first time. So I'm just wondering if we need to add it, but you're saying don't do it at the same time as kindergarten meet and greet, because that was what my first thought was.
It's an emotional mess at that point.
That's why you do what you do, and that's
Unless
why
it's
I do
like
what I
your
do.
fifth kid, and then you're like, let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Could be,
So-
because that day is August 4th, is a Friday.
So we do have to have orientation with the students, all the students, but especially the new students. And I think we can schedule that in the first day or two of school. I think we can work with the staff to pick the groups and say, here's where you have to be at this time to have this discussion and work on these things. I'm fine with using, if we need to, using the first day or two of school to do that. If we want to designate it on the calendar as that orientation happening and those different things occurring, we can do that. I kind of thought we would just take care of it more internally, but however you would like it.
On the 7th and 8th, there's going to be staff training, right? My guess
Yes.
is that
Mhm.
goes from normal school
So
time to normal school time.
So July 27th, 28th, and 31st are going to be training just for really new teachers, or for teachers who joined us sometime this year but haven't had any orientation or any of our basics of teacher direction, teacher instruction. Then the time in the 1st through the 8th is a time for us, they sign up for their benefits. We have conversations about how we function at LTA. If there are teachers who've been here for a while and they don't need that, then they can be working in their rooms. I want to offer some training that any of them can come to, like Love and Logic for Teachers, which will help them with classroom management. I want to develop that common language for that. And then there will be some other things that we need to train teachers on that are specifics to our curriculum. We need some time to work on our literacy program. It does not happen by itself. There needs to be some training for that. And I was talking with some of the staff today about, do we just bring in the person who wrote this, she's come in before to do training? Maybe we'll reach out and get her to come again to retrain, because we're going to have new teachers in grades K through 3 that need to know how to use essentials of literacy. And the markings that we do on the spelling words and all those kinds of things, if we don't train them, they're not going to use it. They're going to default to.
But can we still, what I'm thinking is, can we still an hour or two before back to school night starts. So start like from 2 to 4
On Wednesday.
on both days, because you don't want the
Okay.
parents to have to come 5 times, right?
Right.
So steal 2 hours on the 7th from 2 to 4, which would be orientation for new students and 7th grade students, A to M, and then they stay and do then they do the back to school stuff. So, and then, I hate to steal, I'd like to essentially do it all with the alphabet at one time, but I don't know if I do that without having the parents come back 3 times in a week. And I don't like that.
Yeah.
Because if they have
Okay.
kindergarten, they're coming once. If they have an upper school, they're coming again. Then they're coming to me, and I just think back to school time's busy for parents as it is, and I'm trying to figure out what is the most efficient way to make sure that everybody's needs get met and that we're not making parents bounce everywhere.
So if we set the evening time as 5:30 to 7:30, do you want it to be back to back with that? Or do you want that space in between for dinner?
Well, I would just go back to back. Like the
Yeah.
kids would
Okay.
come at 2 o'clock for orientation, and the parents would come at 4 to do the meet and greet portion.
So then back to the back to school night stuff would move up from 4 to 6.
No,
This
you
is
would
more
keep it.
you.
What if we're-
I'm gonna lean on you. You've been here the longest.
Yeah.
Well, we've always used like that Wednesday as like kind of like at Falcon Middle School and Falcon High School. They have that first day of the 6th graders for Falcon Middle, and then 9th graders go to Falcon High School for that first day, so that it's not overwhelming for everybody to be there all at once. So we've done that in the past. So Wednesday is the kindergartners.
When you say Wednesday, which one are you talking
The
about?
ninth. I'm
She's
sorry.
talking about staggering the actual start date for
Got it.
students. So
Got
new
it.
students in kinder would
New
come a day
student
earlier.
kinders, 7th graders, since they'll be the first, they'll be going upstairs, maybe even 9th graders, and then any new student to the building comes on that Wednesday, the 9th.
Does that mess up our instructional hours?
Not terribly.
Okay.
We have enough push that we can make it work.
Yeah.
Why
And
don't we
then
do that?
everybody
I'm
comes
fine
on
with
that
that.
following day, so they're not, so all those new kids aren't like, oh my gosh, I mean, we're not a big school by any means compared to
Sure.
some of the other ones,
Right.
but they still can become overwhelming.
So then the first day for everybody
Would be
moves to the 10th.
Which would be that Thursday.
Right.
Okay.
And then
So
there's
this is a good way to break kids out of summer break into a slow
Sure.
break.
right.
I'm
No,
fine
okay.
with
So that's a good. That's
Okay.
I was trying to remember. Yeah, and then just in February, there's like this weird box that needs to be deleted. Just like this weird box.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, on February 15th?
Yeah, and then
Okay, so what that is it's a board meeting night, but then it's
Oh.
also staff off.
I see what that is. Okay.
Those 2 staff in-service days. And it was the only way I could get it to
Okay.
2 colors.
Okay.
Sorry.
That makes sense. I was like,
And we can do
I
it-
was like, delete this weird box.
I know, if I'd have been able to divide it into a triangle and made it half pink and half blue, I would have.
Okay.
Um, But it wasn't quite that nimble.
Yeah, and then I just think getting another set of eyes on this, like there's just some inconsistencies. Sometimes we are using the word to, sometimes we're using a dash, sometimes it says PM, sometimes it says P, and just just glance at it, just to
Right.
clean it up. a
So
little.
technical changes,
That's it.
not substantial
Right.
changes. Okay. So then I just want to make sure that when we go to adopt this, we have all the edits that we're going to make so that we know what those are,
I
because
got it.
we're going to adopt it tonight. So at that time, do you want to,
I'll write it in.
okay, that works. So you kept track of the staggered start on the 9th,
I did.
the 12th and the 13th, and that color code of pink. What else was there? Just so-
Adding the conferences, no students down here,
That's right.
and then adding the no school on those 2.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yep, I got
So
it.
we're
I
good.
track it. Tracking.
Good. We're good. We're good. Good. Okay.
So, do you want to vote to adopt it?
No, we'll
Oh, no,
do that
that's
under
later,
the action
later.
items.
Okay,
And I
gotcha.
just want to make sure that
Okay.
we had all of our i's dotted and our t's crossed.
Okay.
We know we need to adopt that
Good.
tonight to make sure that D49 has it soon.
Okay. Next in your packet is the concurrent enrollment handbook. It's had a few tweaks. I had the lady from Pikes Peak State College go through it, and I think the numbers changed on costs because I knew my numbers were old. And so otherwise, it's mostly the same. Generally, students have to have a 3.5 GPA. Pikes Peak would accept them at a 3.0, and I have on page 7, there's an extra qualification for if they're 3.0 and up. But generally.
What page was that?
So,
Pardon? That was, so it starts on, let me find the right page. So on page 3 in the middle, it says minimum requirement 3.5. Pikes Peak has a requirement of 3.0. So then if you get back to page 7, it says that if they take an extra placement test, they could get in with a 3.0. That's Pikes Peak's way of doing things. LTA, I think, already had the requirement of the 3.5. So if you want me to strike the other, and then just discussion about do we or even do we not do concurrent enrollment. When we get to the notes on assurances for D49, there are some statements in there about how concurrent enrollment is required by state law. And so if we don't do it, we will have to have a waiver to not do it.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
So
I think we have to, unless we have a waiver. It was going to be my response.
No,
I
no,
was like,
no,
wait
no.
a second.
I was a part of that legislation. I think it's good legislation. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think we need to make sure that kids are afforded the opportunity.
I do have a student who's already filled out her form and said, are you going to do this? So
We do have a deadline in here, I noticed, of May 15th, and I don't think this has gone out yet to parents, and so,
I needed to wait until you guys approved
yeah, so
it.
we're
So
gonna add.
yeah. And I will
Yeah.
have a parent meeting. If you approve it, I'll have a parent meeting right away to be able to answer questions. And the lady from Pikes Peak State College who works with high schools will come and meet with those parents and talk to them and explain things. What we have had for an explanation previously was just a one sheet, and it didn't have enough information, didn't answer enough questions.
So you're saying we need to change the May 15th date?
Yeah.
Yes. Because,
So-
yes.
And the way the
Well, I
deadline.
guess,
Well, it's not part of our agenda to adopt tonight.
right. So we're gonna, well, but they're gonna have to before the end of the school year.
Okay.
So right now, students are already signing up for fall classes. And so if we're going to do it, we would need to get moving.
Okay. Well,
We can do
let's
it.
get to the
So-
action items. We can still amend our agenda,
Mhm.
and that can be a motion that we can do once we get to the action items.
Well, and
Alternatively,
we also
yes.
have,
Yes. Yeah, yeah.
I
Okay,
don't think
well,
we have to.
So one more piece of this, just
Right.
for your information. The plan to start out would be to offer the 2 prerequisite classes. There's a math and an English that are prerequisites for just about everything. We could have someone who's qualified teach those here, then we don't have to worry about transporting students anywhere. And then we could develop the program beyond that. Either offering some things here, which is actually cheaper to do it that way, or allowing students who can drive to take themselves, and we could adjust schedules, make sure that we have the schedule set up where they could go to Pikes Peak in the morning or the afternoon, either before or after their other classes here.
But I think this is a good opportunity too for those students who may want more diverse offerings. It gives them an opportunity to engage in this, to do that. Or I know sometimes there's been some scheduling issues where they need a certain credit and it's hard to get because of the way that the scheduling is, because we don't have this vast staff. So I think it's very important that we do offer it.
yeah, no, I do too. But and I think I asked this last time. Which campus of Pikes Peak?
Only the Centennial campus hosts this,
The Centennial campus is the one
is
Street.
Way South Academy,
by
Yeah.
Carson.
their first campus, yeah. And I'm not recommending that we do away with any LTA requirements, graduation requirements or
Yeah,
anything,
yeah.
that this would not be a substitute for that. Perhaps math could be, but I wouldn't want to exempt any student from the things that make us unique and that are,
No, but
Our
it
strengths.
could be an elective.
it could be, once they get the math and English out of the way.
Yeah.
Mhm. Correct.
Okay. All right, so then I think we'll just handle it under 13 then, because
Okay.
it does say any.
Yeah.
And then that way we don't have to.
Okay. And then you have a couple of things in your packet about the vape detectors. We talked about those last month. There are two pieces, I'll hold these up, that look like this, from two different companies. Mrs. Walsh has done the research on this and chased all this down. You requested that I check with the district and see what they do. Andy Franco wrote back that they do have the vape detectors in all their high schools, and that at times they've been challenging. They've had some issues with them going off when they shouldn't go off, or some things like that. And so we thought, we asked these companies, could we get a trial one to just try one out and see if we like it, if it works, if it drives us crazy, if it's more than we even want to mess with. We try one before we consider buying 5.
What did they say? They said that we could try.
So one of the companies, so Ashley can answer more questions than I can about these. One of the companies, I think it was this one, was $818 for us to try one.
Okay.
And that included training and all the software and the internet connection type stuff and all that. The other one was more like $2,500. So.
But and so that's to try. Basically, it's a
well, I think
trial.
we're
You're not
buying one.
obligated.
I think we're probably buying one.
Oh, you have to buy one.
They didn't offer any free trials.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Am I leaving anything out? Is there anything
Have you
else
called
you want to
any
add to
other
this?
high schools to figure out who they used, what vendor they used? Have
Beg
you talked to
pardon?
any administration or anything at any of the other high schools to figure out what vendor they've used and what they've been happy with?
I haven't asked, no. I just asked Andy Franco. These are the only two companies that we found and that we could get a response out of.
Okay.
Response.
Yeah.
Keyword.
But do we want that information with D49 if they have any recommended vendors or not?
I mean, if somebody else has kind of done the research.
Right, because I think that forgoes us having to buy one
Yeah,
to try
it saves us
and
money and they
relying
do the
on-
research.
I think that makes
We picked that.
a lot of, right, I think that makes a lot of sense. If we can go back to Andy, and I'm happy to reach out to some other school folks,
Yeah,
and ask.
I wonder if MA or anybody has them.
yeah, what, if they do, what vendor they use.
Okay,
And then that way, we're not necessarily on the hook for a piece of equipment that we may.
I'll check with Vanguard and
Okay.
MA.
Okay, I appreciate you exploring whether or not we could
Okay.
just do a trial run. Yeah,
Okay.
that would be a good one.
and then
Sure.
in discussing continuing to build our wait list, we talked about advertising. I sent you some stuff just by email. There's not something in your packet, but I sent you the presentation that I saw that they sent from, used to be Comcast, became Xfinity, now they're called Effect TV. And it includes digital media advertising on people's tablets, on their live streaming of TV, on just cable and so forth. It covers a big cross-section of all those kinds of things. Cost would be about $1,000 to make the commercial. And I have a couple of scripts that I gave them some ideas and some bullet points, and then they've written a couple of scripts. Cost per month would be about $1,500 a month, and you get a package of advertising for that. I've used this before, and it's been very successful. Where a school was thought to be the best kept secret in town, pretty soon people start saying, yeah, we've heard of you, yeah, we saw the commercial. Commercials might appear on Fox News, they might appear on the Discovery Channel, things that fit with families. And we can adjust the demographic. I told them our concern right now is the demographic for families that have the older children. We're pretty full in the lower grades in the lower school, but the upper school we don't have a wait list to speak of, and we could use more there. And so they designed a campaign keying into the approximate age these parents would be, and working those demographics also. And so those are considerations. Also in the summer, if we wanted to spend more, I've had good success with radio advertising. You do hear a lot of charter schools advertise on the radio, and we could pick the stations that they would be on. They usually come as a package and a mixture. Previously, we chose a country station and a rock station, and had some good traffic from those. Tends to be more expensive. You can spend about $5,000 on a campaign for a couple of months or 6 weeks. So
I think what I'd like to do, my recommendation there would be to table that for a work session.
okay,
I think at a work session, we might even be able to see a sample commercial, hear a sample commercial, if that's even a path we want to go. I know that we have the homeschool enrichment program that's a part of our contract now.
oh, is
I
it?
think
Okay,
that might be an opportunity for recruitment from there too. I think as more kids see a homeschool enrichment program, they may actually be interested in using that as a possible recruitment mechanism if families want to go that route. But I think maybe tabling this for a work session where we can kind of dig in a little bit deeper. Any thoughts on?
No, like I did, take time to do it right.
Okay,
It's important. You gotta do something.
right. I think the idea of maybe even seeing a sample or two or hearing something of, like a portfolio, so to speak, might be helpful if we're going to go down that path. So, all right, so I'll make a note of that
Okay.
for a topic for a work session.
and then there's been some conversation about revisiting fees. We did away with fees. We found that our form said that parents paying their fees, their student fees, which would pay for literature books and lots of paper and consumable workbooks and things like that. Previously, it was tied to holding their seat for the parents to pay for that, and that was problematic, and we did away with it. In researching, as you asked, I found on other Hillsdale school websites, they are charging fees still. They do say students who are qualified for free and reduced lunch are automatically exempted from it. And then they say, if there's a hardship, please talk to us and we will make adjustments. There's a sample, I don't know, I'm trying to remember if I put the sample in there or not. I think what I sent you, no, it's not in there. I think what I sent you was a link for you to go to one of those schools and look at what their language was, and take a look at that.
Do you remember which school it might have been?
Ascent.
It was.
It actually is kind of hard to find the information. They don't make it easy to find, but I ended up finally digging it out, and I have that from there. And the link is in your email.
Okay.
Probably another thing for a work session sometime, I don't know. And if it's a thing parents need to know about sooner rather than later, that's a consideration too.
Sure. I'm looking over to my left.
I think
Our-
I think we need some
Yes.
fees. I don't know any school.
Sure. No, I totally agree. This is a conversation that we've been having a lot of. I know that I think the conversations that the board has had specifically has been in and around the idea of making sure that's very transparent so that we know what that is to include in the in the handbook.
Yes.
How is that shaping up?
I've talked just a little bit with Mr. Manley. I wanted.
And if you want to come up here,
Oh.
just there's a speaker so that
Yeah, parents will want to hear.
this is probably an important piece. I just want to make sure that we do this. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Oh, sorry. Yes, so basically I wanted to start a conversation with Mr. Manley where I just kind of explained these are all the consumables that the school purchases every year. And then also included in that would be expectations for clubs and sports activities, things that we would have available for the students. That it would be great if we could post that on our website and just, again, provide that transparency for families so they know what to expect. And so there's lots of fees, and I think that I'd like for Mr. Manley to go ahead and review and just kind of go through and say, okay, well, these fees are appropriate, right? That would be like the novel fees. We've had that discussion before. It'd be copy paper.
Fees probably.
Yeah, right. So just some of the normal expected type of fees that other schools charge as well. I'd never want to just kind of make our own stuff up. That just isn't who we are. So we would want to make sure that an appropriate list available. And I think, there's areas to discuss. Do we have a parking fee for some of the high school students? Other high schools do have parking fees. So I think there's some discussion that we need to hone in on and make decisions about. And then, yes, I would like to get that up and available as soon as possible so parents are aware.
Okay. And Mr. Manley, I'm looking at, that's something you can obviously support, I assume. I'm seeing a head nod. Okay. So then I'll just look when you guys feel that product is good, we can make it part of the agenda.
Okay.
We can present it. I don't know that it necessarily needs board action, but I think a discussion item so that parents have the ability to weigh in prior to it kind of going out, just so there's.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Yes. So we can work on that and get that submitted to you.
Perfect.
Okay.
Both.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Okay. Moving on.
And then the fees that I just copied from the website at Ascent, this was for this year. K through 6 was $120. Grades 7 through 12 was $150, and there was a family cap of $400.
Gotcha. Yeah. That is
It said student fees help cover the cost of textbooks, workbooks, literature, and miscellaneous school supplies, including but not limited to copy paper, facial tissues, and materials for art, writing, and special projects. Students will be able to take some of these items home at the end of the school year. And then it says, should these fees create a financial hardship, please contact so-and-so to discuss other arrangements.
I think that's what I've seen at other charter schools as well.
Mm-hmm.
great. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you both for working on that.
Yep. Then at the meeting I went to at D49, the stuff that you have in your, I skipped valedictorian. Let me back up and do the valedictorian thing, sorry, because that's probably something you need to vote on later. You have a packet that's a white page and 2 blue pages. The blue pages are confidential information about students, but it gives you a comparison of what happens when you have weighted grades or what happens when you have unweighted grades. And you can see the differences there in how the GPA turns out. These were run from our PowerSchool system. And then the white page that you have is a sample policy. It says that the valedictorian has to have the highest cumulative grade point average over 7 semesters from the PowerSchool grading system using, and I put in here unweighted grades, but it'll be your choice. They must have earned their last 11 credits at LTA or have attended a minimum of 1 year at LTA. The salutatorian shall be the student with the second highest cumulative grade point average. Any disciplinary issue dealing with academic honesty will disqualify a student, including but not limited to cheating or plagiarism. No one may be valedictorian or salutatorian if they receive any major discipline in their junior or senior year, out of school suspension of 2 days or more. And in the instance of a tie, we will have co-valedictorians or co-salutatorians. And then this, the school that I borrowed this from the internet, they had the valedictorian and the salutatorian give a 2 to 3 minute speech at graduation. And then on the bottom, you'll also see the other kinds of honors and the divisions for summa cum laude and magna cum laude and cum, and then the differences. Just kind of to take a look at the unweighted grades, you see that we have 3 students right now who are tied.
So let me ask you this.
Mm-hmm.
Are those only courses that they took at LTA, or are they include courses that they took at other schools? Because I see one student has weighted, right? So they obviously took classes outside of LTA because we don't do
Yes.
grades.
They took AP courses somewhere else.
So when we have 3 tied in a non-weighted, are those all students are those only courses taken at LTA, or do they include?
Yes.
They are.
Those are. On the sheet you have that shows the weighted grades, that's a student who's taken stuff before they came here, AP classes before they came here. The 3 who are tied, as of the day that I ran this, are kids who have been here for quite some time.
Okay. All right.
All earned here.
So I had taken some time and I wrote a pretty lengthy policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Had sent out somewhat similar, but mine. I think one of the differences I had was that it did head-to-head of LTA classes. So basically, it would only count the years that they were at LTA.
Mm.
And then had some like tiebreaker language. So hopefully, I mean, I guess in theory we could still end up with co, but it'd be very, very hard to.
Sure. And I think this one, and you have a call out there for all 4 years versus 3 years versus 2.
Well, so it's if they did, so they wouldn't get more. It's just that if they're here for 4 years, use all 4 years. If they're here for 3 years, you use all 3 years. If they're here for 2 years, you use it as well, and then you use those 2 years.
Right.
So you only use the years at LTA, and then in the event of a tie.
And then capstone. And I think this also contemplates, because there is the language in there about honors, which obviously we don't have, but that doesn't mean that we won't necessarily have honors.
Or AP.
Correct. So I think it contemplates something that
In the future,
in the
potentially.
future. Correct.
Mhm.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to vote on a policy.
Yeah.
I do think having we can wait for it we have it on a discussion item, so we can
Yeah.
vote on it.
That's fine. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Next. Yes.
Where we're at?
Okay. Then the next part in your packet is the assurance of compliance, and then another term, landscape-wise assurance. I've also sent you these electronically because you'll see in the printing that there are some hot links in there where you could link to specific things. They explained at the meeting the other day, D49 is adopting some things that CSI has used, and they're going to be making some modifications and some deadlines and things like that so that they make more sense. For example, having the budget due now and we don't even know how much PPR is going to be doesn't quite make sense, and so they're going to make some adjustments in those deadlines. And again, probably following some things that CSI has put in place. So the assurance of compliance is a document that will have to be signed by August 15th to say that we agree to comply with these laws and things. They explained we can get waivers to waive out of state laws. We cannot get waivers to waive out of federal laws, and we cannot get waivers to waive out of rules that are made by the state board. Those cannot be waived. And so what we will have to do by August 15th is go down and check that, yes, we agree to do all of these things, and then sign it and turn it in to District 49. CSI does this every year. Basically, it just says you're going to follow the rules to be a charter school and to get state money.
So August 15th is a Tuesday, and when they say we need to sign, who is we? Is that a representative of the board? Is that
Let me see.
administration?
This one can be signed by the school leader.
Okay.
It says, yes. That's on the last couple of pages. Then they also provided this document, which has the links and brief synopsis of all of those laws, so that you could go through that document and you could click on things and read the actual statutes. So they provided all of that. And so you have the printed version, printed summary. But if you go to the electronic one that I've sent you, you'll be able to click on those and read anything that is in there.
Okay.
Okay?
And that is an in-person signing, or is that a digital signing?
They didn't say. I know when we talked about signing the contract, Jane said electronic would be okay.
Okay. Okay.
And we could turn it in any time before that. But obviously you want to have time to review it and be aware of what all it says. It should be what you're aware of already, pretty much, as far as what's required of charter schools. But it's a good exercise to see everything detailed and in writing.
Okay.
And then perhaps for next year, after the state legislature closes and they get the new version of the school laws book, perhaps you would want to order that for all of the board members, just to have to look at, to refer to if they have questions about things. I ordered one and it was about $78.
Okay. And this is something that,
I have online access too.
okay. This is, sorry, my computer's making noise. I was trying to make sure I shut it off. This is something that D489 is already adopted. So it's
Yes.
nice. They're not
Yeah.
looking for feedback to make amendments.
No.
It's, okay. Just want to make sure
Mhm.
that's, okay. So by August 15th. That's a Tuesday.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna start a list.
Do we have,
I used to have like a matrix that had deadlines.
I was
and
going to say,
tasks.
a school compliance calendar,
There are,
and I don't know if it's
There are multiple
Blackboard or something,
calendars.
or PowerZone or,
so in Charter
Power
Tools, we have to upload things into something called Charter Tools. For example, by the end of next week, Ms. Miller has to upload our quarterly financial reports there. And they have to be on our website. And there's a website check for compliance listed there. But then I get other emails from the district, and they have information for principals, and they have these checklists and things that appear on a system they call C3. And so the other day I was clicking through that, looking at all the pieces, and I found a discipline report that we have to complete, and it's due, I think, in July, which we'll need to do before we leave because we need to have it done. And then we received something from the district the other day. They just sent to us, and it's on that list. We have to put together some information for the READ Act training. Teachers have to have that 45 hours of READ Act training, special reading instruction, and then you have certificates for that, and they're stored in your CDE file if you're a licensed teacher, and if you're not a licensed teacher, do you have a certificate? Their spreadsheet that they want everything put into, they want hot links and things like that, and their spreadsheet is a little bit broken, and they said they know, but they're going to work out the bugs and have us tell them what the bugs are. So they gave us an earlier deadline so that there will be time to work those things out. So, which is a little frustrating to the person who is gathering all that up, but we'll get it gathered up anyway. So then with the new teachers that we're hiring next year, I'm going to be asking who say, how long do we have to get them compliant on that? And then that ties to funding that you get or you don't get for tutors or extra instruction time or extra tools or curriculum or things like that.
so it sounds like there's multiple calendars.
Yep.
Yeah.
I've got another one for all the finance stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a way
Microsoft lists.
to consolidate so that,
So Microsoft lists you can put, and that's what I was just looking at right now. You can put in the task, you can code them, you can assign them, color code them. You
sure.
can do follow-up and make notes. And I'm wondering if there's a way, so if we do it in Dropbox, save it in Dropbox, then whoever has access to the Dropbox should have lifetime access to the list.
I wonder if and this is probably something for a work session to try and figure some of this out. I wonder if there's a better even product than Dropbox.
Just where I have everything right now.
I know. I know.
But I also have Box, and I also have like 1,000 of them, so
Yeah,
it
yeah.
doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
Lots of choices.
I'm not married to anything.
Sure.
Google does not have a product that is similar.
Yeah.
That I can tell you.
Yeah. That I'm aware of. Okay,
So it's only Microsoft that I'm aware of.
okay.
It's the most efficient one I found.
All right, so
I was
August
just looking at
15th
that.
August 15th
for assurance of
for
compliance.
assurances. Yep.
Gotcha, okay. Okay,
Okay, and that is it for my principal's report,
gotcha.
till you're
If-
ready to go to the finance stuff.
If I could, okay, so finance is next. Before we go to finance,
Mm-hmm.
so budget discussions. Board discussion, okay. Sixth grade. How are things shaping up on that? I know the last time we were together, we talked about maybe looking at some options in terms of, you know, what would it look like? Because I don't think we're anywhere near close to making a decision on growing our sixth grade. I've had a few conversations with some other schools to find out kind of how they do it.
And I asked Miss Gasper, she sent me current enrollment numbers for next year and wait list
Yeah,
and more details. I had a lot of questions on that sixth grade wait list,
okay.
and I don't know if it's feasible, but I mean, that's something we're gonna have to talk about.
So let's make the sixth grade a discussion for the next agenda, which I think is going to be May 18th, so that we can have that discussion, and by then hopefully we have better ideas to what will work and what won't work before we
Okay,
move forward at all
okay.
to make sure.
I did map it out, moving up into if we don't keep adding every year, but if we just add that one, clear up into the high school, it doesn't cause a crowding problem as far as the numbers of sections of kids and the numbers of rooms.
Yeah.
Even though we have like 77 in the one grade right now,
That's the eighth grade that we have 3 sections of. Mhm.
because that was
It's gonna be
because we
ninth
did
grade
this
next
before,
year.
right? We added that. I want to say it was like a second grade or a third grade years ago.
Mhm.
Ms. Moore probably knows.
We added the sixth grade.
It was the sixth grade
It was
class.
sixth grade.
Oh,
with
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that is the
That's the eighth
influx
grade.
that we see right now.
Yes.
So though, if we added another sixth grade, those students would be in ninth grade when these kids are in seventh grade, and come upstairs,
They're-
right?
Those kids will be
No, they'd be
in,
No, 10th grade.
In 10th grade.
Yeah.
Okay, and actually, I'm thinking our next board meeting I think is May 18th,
Yeah.
and then we don't have one slated for June.
We have to have work sessions or something.
Yeah.
We gotta have more.
Yeah,
We
yeah, I
we got a
know,
lot
I
of work
know.
to do.
So I don't know. I guess
You
let's
want to
Okay,
talk
I'll
to Mrs. Gasper?
not right now.
Okay.
But I think, yeah, at some point, for sure. So I guess when I'm revisiting the idea of saying, let's make it the May 18th, because I don't know that we're in a position to say, let's make it May 18th, but let's put it in the future. Date undetermined. Because I think it does make sense to make that a work session, which we don't have any of those scheduled or contemplated yet. And so we need to work on that. So maybe better for part of board discussion on the next one is the idea of work sessions. And then that'll open up the opportunity to have,
I just think we need to do it before then,
I mean, we're,
not to be Debbie Downer.
I know. I'm thinking of, we're probably going to have to do another meeting in order for principal hiring as well, because I don't know that we, due to timeline.
Right.
So maybe we can do both at an ad hoc meeting.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Special meeting. Pick the date tonight.
Tonight? You want to pick the date tonight? Okay, all right.
Yes.
We'll pick the date tonight for a board discussion, once we get to
No,
item 9. Is that for?
to add another meeting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, like, under item 9, during board discussion, we'll pick a date.
Yeah.
That we can
Yeah.
look to.
Yeah.
And then that way we can sort of do.
I thought you meant board discussions next month. No.
Yeah. And then that way we can get through items I through 4, or I through IB. Okay, got it. Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. That was
That's
on the back
okay.
of my mind, I just.
That's okay. Yep.
Flag that. Okay, so let's move on to the financial pieces.
okay. Write that down, excuse me. So you have a packet of financial statements. So these go through the end of February. And just a little reminder again, the first 2 pages will be the balance sheet for the school's general accounts. Those are called Fund 11. And then the next 2, it says income statement for periods July 1 through February 28th. That one is for the building corp account, which is Fund 26. And then I have a
The building
few,
corp fund is the second page.
excuse me?
Third page.
So the building corp fund, the school pays rent into that fund.
Well, I'm just confused. First, what is the second page?
So there's 2 pages for the balance sheet and income statement for the general accounts.
Okay, I was really confused for a second.
And then,
That is the building.
no, wait a minute.
So the balance
Oh, right.
sheet of the one that's on the top
Yeah.
has no page number on it. And then when we go to income statement, it says.
Okay, so-
3.
Sorry, so then that's the beginning there of the Fund
Page
11
1 of 3 is.
for the, wait a minute, that's just the general stuff. So it's 2 sets of documents.
Okay,
The first 4 pages are just for the general account, for
gotcha.
the school stuff. And then Fund 26,
Okay, I see. It
Starts
says
on
fund
the-
26 on that one,
okay, yeah,
right here.
okay.
It doesn't have a page.
That,
Okay.
that's a building corp
Yeah, right.
Got
on
it,
page 5,
got it, got it.
okay? And then that's 2 pages. And then you see the budget to actual that we usually do. And so if you look at the column that says year-to-date budget, the third column, for this time of year, this goes through the end of February, should be at 67%. And so that's your gauge of how things are, if they're flowing as expected.
Sure.
And then after those 3 pages, and they all have color, the last 3 pages, and that has a really bright green, that's the preliminary budget that you looked at last month. And I'll have a couple of comments about that in a minute, give you time to look at the others. Last month, we went through and I gave you comments line by line, but most of the comments were approximately the same. So if you have questions, I'll open up my notes and try to answer those. But a lot of the comments were the same ones that I shared with you last month.
Okay.
Okay?
The one question I have is, I know the school finance bill is now out. It hasn't been adopted yet. I know it recommends a increase to PPR. I think it's roughly $960, $980. This does not contemplate that, correct?
Correct.
Increase that's in there.
This doesn't have that there. And so conversations at the D49 meeting, and I'm not sure what their sources were,
Sure.
but their sources translated all of that to estimates that PPR would be at $10,579. And for this year, I think we're at 9235,
Okay.
I think.
You said 10,005 what?
10,579.
Okay.
So that would be significantly higher than what we projected at. We were conservative in doing this at 4%, and that's more like 10% of an increase.
Yeah.
So they also said, interestingly, they also said that they had a huge funding for CSI for mill levy override,
Yeah.
which was something they have fought for years and years and years. That was great to hear.
Okay.
Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Good.
That detail last month, I think, helped a ton.
I do too.
Okay.
And then just one more piece for financial. The school has had a history, and this isn't anything on paper there, but the school has had a history of paying end-of-year bonuses to teachers. And if we're going to do that in May, I would like some guidance for that, and I'd like to know. I'm sure teachers are wondering what that's going to be like, or are we going to do that, or how is that going to be decided, those kinds of things.
Sure. And I know that we had a brief discussion, I think it was 2 or 3 weeks ago. I'm looking to Mr. Manley and Mrs. Moore back there around the idea. Mrs. Moore, you've been here obviously the longest, meeting, which was very helpful on the idea of those bonuses. So when you say that you want to have the discussion now for purposes of action from the board, or?
I would like for the board to approve some kind of bonuses for the end of the school year.
Okay.
For May, it could go in the May paychecks.
That's already in there.
No.
Is that what you're saying?
No. just where we're at
Okay,
on
okay.
yeah,
Sure.
versus how far.
Gotcha. So I wonder if we just make that part of our
Discussions, and we can always move on to any other.
can when we do our extra board meeting. Hiring work sessions. So it's- Gotcha. Okay.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Okay. And that's all I have.
That's it. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Very good. So we're going to move on then to board discussions, and we may be able to go through some of this faster, but if you want to, we can start off with valedictorian policy, or
Board discussion?
yeah, it's the first thing that's on there.
So similar to Ms. Stanky's, in this policy would be students who are found guilty of academic dishonesty or similar offenses would not be eligible, obviously.
Mhm.
It's probably a good policy to have, given the mission and vision of the school. I kind of summarized it a little bit earlier that it would be head-to-head of grades. Because LTA is a different type of school, it'd be head-to-head of grade GPA from classes here. And then you would have to be here 2 years. I think, what I think may be good is we have to get some this year adopted with our first graduating class. It also has honors on the second page of the policy that I drafted, looking at the very helpful class rankings that Ms. Stanky did. I was doing some math, and I may have been too conservative on my percentages there.
Okay.
Meaning we would only have one cum laude based upon our number of students in that class. So, we would have to probably adjust those percentages a little bit. But there are some tiebreaker. I don't like having 3 co-valedictorians. I think that
It's hard.
cheapens the honor.
It's hard when there's straight A students.
I know, it's really hard.
Well, this contemplates capstone.
It also contemplates capstone as
And
a
I
tiebreaker.
know that one of the parents mentioned that there was a capstone.
Yes, and if you
project that-
actually look on the website, it does talk about the capstone project.
Yeah.
Like, it makes it sound like it's gonna have some sort of a consideration.
Yeah.
And then it would go to, and I guess, where it says, this year it doesn't really matter because we don't have AP or honors.
Sure.
Right? Or do we have any technical AP classes? I know there was.
Students can take AP tests.
This year,
tests.
did they take any? Did any students take AP?
Yes.
this year?
AP
Oh,
tests.
we did.
I don't know what the results are, but they were eligible, and
They
there
have
was a
not taken
parent.
them yet.
Oh, it's coming up
Right.
still.
But we have students signed up.
At least one.
Yes.
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
She's like, I paid for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that would be, that's the second level tiebreaker.
Right,
And then,
right.
right, we may have one, we might have ties, we may not, but I
Yeah.
was trying to avoid.
Well, I think this contemplates the idea of AP. It contemplates the idea of capstone. It has more flexibility in the future as you look to honors and whatnot. I think there's a little bit more to this.
But I think we can do a temporary policy for this year and then really
Sure.
look at refining it over. But it kind of sets, I think, a good foundation. It's very similar to Ms. Stanky's, so I don't know what school she worked from.
So then there's no,
They're very
yeah.
similar.
So there's no title on this. Our agenda says
Just says valedictorian policy.
and then under action it says
We vote on it.
vote on. So we would just need to specify that we would be adopting a temporary or a valedictorian policy specifically for the
This year.
2022-23 school year.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. I mean, it makes sense to me. I'll be interested to know if there's any comments during public comment. Okay. Are you good?
I'm good.
Okay. Let's move on to the parent engagement team. So the parent engagement team bylaws, those are our attorney who's reviewing those. There's an interest in exploring what parent interest might be like. And so there was some coordination on trying to find best dates to do something here in the Pikes Peak Room in the evening. And the date that I think we settled on was May 10th, which is a Wednesday, at 6:30 here. We're trying to balance the idea of either church meetings that may have or other athletic events that may have, my schedule, some parents' schedules. It looks like May 10th is the best. And the purpose of that would be just to see what the interest is from the parent community in identifying roles that they would fill and whatnot. So I think maybe the best way to title that is maybe a parent engagement team interest meeting.
Or informational. Or
Information.
town hall or.
Yeah, we can do town hall. That's fine. Specifically for that. But that evening.
But I think we would have to get out to them some sort of sample organizational chart.
Yes, prior to. So I guess what I'm leading to is in our next email that's going out on
Next Thursday.
So it
next
usually-
Thursday, which is the
Right.
27th.
So it usually goes out on Thursday.
Yeah.
Um,
So on the 27th, we need to have a bit in there about the parent
Sure.
engagement team. So
Okay.
what I owe you is an outline of what that team looks
Okay.
like, which I think we have mostly.
Yeah, it's been a lot of time.
And then we'll get the buyback or the buy-in from the attorney as well by then.
Yeah.
So that we can circulate some of that prior to the 10th. But let's settle on the 10th, which is a Wednesday at 6:30 here in the Pikes Peak Room for that meeting specifically to hear about interest from the parent
Okay.
community as it pertains to the parent engagement team specifically.
Okay,
Sound good?
okay.
Okay. And then I will have that to you, or between the two of us, we'll have that to you, Mrs. Stanky,
Okay,
prior to the 27th so that it's can be worked into that. Go out. Good? Good. Okay.
great.
Charter renewal, we're going to vote on the resolution later, but the D49 board, I just have those in here because I know that there's parents that are interested in trying to figure out where that is. So the amended and restated bylaws, the idea that we did our red line, we offered those to D49. They took action on both on April 13th. They approved both, so we just need to put a stamp on it, which is basically the resolution that we will move tonight to make sure that we have those in place.
As an automatic renewal, which I think is important for parents to know.
By the end of October, it has that automatic renewal. There's 4 or 5 items, which I'm happy to read off when we do that resolution. I have that with me, but they're pretty
Doable.
So, no, I don't have any concerns with achieving those.
I think you hit C and D just now.
What's that?
I think you hit C and D.
Yeah. Okay, so let's move to public comment, which is item 10. Anyone in the room obviously is welcome to participate, so I'll read this brief statement here, and then we can move forward. We appreciate and welcome comment on Liberty Tree Academy school operations and programs as part of our public comment. We ask that your comments be made in a respectful and orderly manner. Follow-up action items may be assigned to the appropriate board or staff member depending on the nature of the comments. During public comment, the board members may choose not to respond to any comment made in public session. In accordance with board policies, public participation is limited to 3 minutes per person. Thank you for participating in our public comment forum. So, I don't know, did anybody sign up? No one signed up? Do we have anybody in the room that is interested in making any public comment? Come on down, contestant number 1.
Hi. So I did want to point out, like you mentioned, the capstone is directly listed on the website. So it is very clear specifying 1.5 credits if they complete a certain amount of hours, which would basically be the 1 semester versus 3 credits for the full year. So I guess it's a very short statement, but I think that's pretty cut and dry. If that's been promised, and it was promised to the kids who undertook that at the beginning of the year. So a little nervous that it seems like it's up for debate, but that's just all I had to say.
Not that, I don't think.
Okay.
So when you say up for credit, what do you mean by that? Because I've read that and I'm a little, I think it's not clear what that credit is towards. I mean, so.
It specifies towards graduation
So,
is what the document says.
right, so I don't think the students receiving credit for it is up for debate. It's just how that affects the rankings.
Exactly. Sure. So again, I hand that back to you. I don't really know. It seems to me this was not thought out. If we cap at LTA at 4.0, but then you're being dangled this, you get more things. What does that mean? Right? I have the exact same question. What does that mean?
So I guess
It-
we're probably going to go over our 3 minutes here, is what I'm guessing. But I guess this potential policy that we're contemplating adopting does consider or contemplate a capstone project.
Right.
Now, it does not say what the outcome of that capstone project is going to be. So I guess I'm confused as to,
I think she's saying like this on the website.
this on the website. Are you concerned that we're not going to use a capstone? Is that what you're?
Well, how is that going to boost their grades? How is that? It was presented to them as an opportunity to raise your GPA, boost your grades, get credits. That's basically just how it was presented to them.
Sure.
What does that mean? We're already at 4.0, so
Read it on it.
Is the capstone complete even?
they have until May
Several of them.
1st.
Okay. Okay.
To my knowledge, only one is actually completing the capstone. Some began it or gave an intention, but
Okay. So obviously we'll find out more after May 1st.
I believe it's actually April 27th that they have to give a presentation, whoever's doing it.
And then what is the grading on that? Who is grading it?
Is there a grade?
So I am not familiar with exactly how that part was working. Mrs. Kokab was handling those. And if they get a grade, is that a tiebreaker?
Sure.
Does it boost their average somehow?
Okay.
That's a question.
So let's do this. I think Mr. Manley I'm seeing a phone a friend back, potentially. So let's finish this discussion, and I'm happy to extend the time during the public comment, but do you have more information you can provide?
I can just concur that that's the process, and
Sorry.
there is an evaluation at the end of April, but there's only one student participating.
Okay.
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 But again, that's kind of my comment / question to you is it was presented to them at the beginning of the year as a way to boost their grades.
Sure.
If there was no
If there is no grade,
right,
how does
Sure.
it do that?
exactly.
I can't imagine that we would assign, and I'm looking over to you two specifically. I can't imagine that we would make a project available, but then not grade that project.
Right.
It seems like if there would need to be some sort of response to the student to know what the outcome was, right? Like we owe student feedback, right? Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
I guess so. Your concern is that there may not be.
What's the benefit? The benefit was presented to them as, we know you can only get a 4.0, but like, let's do this capstone. Let's boost your
Sure.
grade.
So are you looking for confirmation that there will be a grade?
I
That-
guess, like I
I'm
said,
trying to understand
that was
the
supposed to be the benefit. Yeah, I want to make sure it is actually going to be a true benefit of them. I mean, it's an enormous project.
Sure.
Yes.
Sure. No, I mean, I think that grade.
But will that grade do any good towards boosting their GPA, towards giving, again, maybe perhaps, since LTA only stops at 4.0, perhaps being a tiebreaker type thing?
I don't see why it wouldn't be.
It is a tiebreaker under
Yeah.
this
Sure.
policy.
Yeah.
So if you have two people tied, if
And
somebody-
only-
that would be of benefit of them.
Yeah,
Okay,
if only one person did the capstone, then that person would be one.
sure.
Okay. Does that
Yes.
add clarity?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was honing in on exactly what
Yeah.
the concern was and that we were addressing that exact concern.
Right.
given,
So like I said, I think we're all in agreement. The wording is a little,
Wishy-washy on
Yes.
on the website.
Yes.
It doesn't really say, it says, you get.
towards graduation. Okay.
It's towards graduation.
Right.
Like, is that an elective, like?
That's almost like a class or I don't
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. So
I can run it.
good. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to make sure we were.
Yeah, happy to know we're on the same page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good.
And I think it's important that we do that as a temporary policy.
Oh yeah. No. Absolutely.
Because
Yeah.
we probably have to figure out more how
Yes.
to
Yeah.
integrate that.
Agreed.
And I think we have 2 kids who are doing that,
Okay.
doing capstones.
We do.
I think so.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, gotcha. All right, any other, oh wait,
We have 2 students that are doing capstones, right?
I'm only aware of one.
I believe one backed out. Another one was going to, but one
Okay.
backed out.
Was Lily Rogers' performance thing, was that one?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, okay.
okay, so any other individuals for public comment? Okay, so we'll close public comment. Thank you so much. Let's move to our action items. We have a vote to approve our last meeting minutes
I have some
edits.
edits.
Okay,
So the first one. Write it on here. It was in the pet.
go ahead.
All right, so what page is this? 1, 2, 3. It says Tracy Bennett, the president of PET. There is no president
Correct.
of PET, so it should just, just Tracy Bennett would like to propose. So I would just strike the president of PET
Agreed.
out of that. And then the
Can you, pardon me, can you tell me again what page that is, please?
Page
4.
Okay.
4 is the first line of the parent engagement team. And then there was a reference to Jeannie in here. That Jeannie did not vote on something. Of course, can't find it now.
And now I can't find the minutes. You had it. Too many papers.
I know.
Sorry.
Where are action items? Here we go. Vote. Okay. So vote. It's a vote for approval of last minutes. Roll call. And I think that's supposed to be. Me?
Wait, what page? There's no page numbers.
Second to last.
Can we do page numbers in the future?
Second to last.
Second to the last. Action items. Got it. Okay, what was your question?
So vote for approval of last meeting minutes.
Uh-huh.
Jeannie's on there.
Oh,
Roll call vote.
yeah. That needs to be,
Oh,
Me
she
and
wasn't.
Hank.
I see what you're saying. Got it. Okay. So it's not Stutz Blucher,
It should be
it
Helen.
is Helland.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Those were the 2 that I saw.
Okay. I don't have anything, and I'm glad you got those. Anything from you, Mr. Johnson?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, how do we do that? We just move to amend?
Yeah.
Move to amend. All right, so then, would you like to make a motion since
Yes,
you know the
I
page?
will.
There's no page numbers.
Yeah, move to amend to make an edit on page 4 regarding the parent engagement team and striking the president of PET. And then on the second to the last page, strike Miss Schutz Bulcher to and add Miss Helland. Replace that with Miss Helland.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? That carries. Okay. Yeah, I think page numbers would be
Helpful.
for sure. Okay. All right. Let's move to financial report. So technically, we don't have a financial report. What we have is a budget, a preliminary budget. So I'm going to,
the financial statements are the financial report.
okay. So we are doing both.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right
So
then.
E and F are separate items.
I was thinking it was one action, but that's fine. Okay. All right. So then I move to adopt the financial report.
I'll second.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote on that specifically. Mr. Johnson,
Aye.
Mrs. Helland,
Aye.
and I vote yes as well. Let's go to item number C. I think we're going to need a motion to amend the calendar here. And I'll let you make that motion so that we know that those are part of that.
All right. I gotta find that. Okay. I'll make a motion to amend the calendar and to change August 9th to be the first day for new students, kindergarten, and 7th graders. And to make August 10th the start date for all students. And to amend October 12th and 13th parent-teacher conferences to clarify that there will be no school that day. And the same with March 15th. And then add at the pink highlight, the label conferences, no students, or parent-teacher conferences, no students.
Second. And let's go ahead and do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mrs. Helen?
Aye.
And I vote yes as well with those 3 changes. Okay. Let's move on to, what's that?
Policy.
Down here. I got lost for a second. There we go. Valedictorian policy. Okay. You want to make the motion as well?
I would, but I also want to,
Do we want to
Amend.
amend
yeah,
to make it temporary?
to make it temporary and also to change those percentages.
Okay. What percentages do we want to go with? Got it.
I just shifted a little.
Okay. Let's see.
We have 23 students, so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can do the math.
That's fine. Okay. I'm doing my basic math in my head. I think that works.
Rounding.
Yes. Okay. Go ahead.
All right, so I would make a motion to, I make a motion to approve the valedictorian policies, drafted, the second one, the one that has more detail, and change cum laude to be 20 to 35%, magna cum laude to be 11 to 20%, and summa cum laude to be 1 to 10%. And make this a temporary policy of LTA.
Second. Okay, let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mrs. Helen?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye as well. Okay. So we have a valedictorian
And then-
policy.
We need to get that out quickly.
You send it to me?
I'll send it to you. I'll make those changes, I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on to amended and restated bylaws. And then we also have,
So we don't,
I think that's going to be
I don't think we have those back from the district. I do have the
the contract.
contract, and I have the resolution from Dustin for that too.
Yeah.
You want it?
We haven't made any additional changes to the bylaws
Mm-mm.
since January 7th.
Right. We've been waiting for the district to
Correct.
approve those so we could adopt them.
Right. So there hasn't been any changes since January 7th when they were amended. The only action taken is the D49 board has
Well,
approved them.
in our contract, it says we can make changes to our bylaws with the approval of the D49 board. We can't do that just on our own.
Right.
They have to approve it. So we've been
Bylaws.
waiting for their approval
Yes,
for that stuff to take effect.
correct. And so they've already approved because they approved on April 13th.
Did they?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So that is done.
Yeah.
What I want to make sure is.
So then the resolution that Dustin sent, I can give you that this afternoon, is approving the charter contract.
Correct.
The language for that. So we'll need that one for later.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, and it'll have to be
right.
signed, and then here's the contract to be signed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So bylaws we don't have.
Correct.
We don't have, I mean, we don't have a draft to sign today.
We don't have a draft to sign today, but I think we can still take action on it
I
because
think so,
we haven't made any changes
Changes.
to
Correct.
those bylaws, other than the fact that
We were
the
waiting.
9th is taken action. Okay, so I propose adoption of our amended and restated bylaws and approved by the D49 board on April 13th.
Second.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson? Aye. And Mrs. Allen?
Aye.
And I vote yes as well. Okay. Approval of preliminary budget. Now we're going to do our preliminary budget. I move to adopt the preliminary budget for the 2023-2024 academic school year.
I'll second.
Okay, Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mrs. Allen?
Aye.
And I vote yes as well, so that passes 3-0. Let's do board member appointment. We had a couple of applications that were submitted and some conversations, obviously, as you guys proceeded. I would like to make a motion, if you'll bear with me. I move to appoint Raylene Rivard as a replacement to Jeannie Stutes Blucher, effective at the adjournment of this meeting.
I will second.
Okay. Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Aye.
And the chair votes yes as well. Congratulations to Miss Raylene Rivard. You don't know what you've gotten yourself into. Okay, and like I said, that'll come into effect at the adjournment of this meeting. Let's move on to
Executive session. Right?
executive session. That's it. So we have a couple items.
Break before we go to
Yeah.
Too much coffee?
Let's do
Too much coffee and water.
let's convene for executive session at 8:30.
Okay.
That gives us 11 minutes. Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay. So we will stand in the board will stand in recess until we are back from our executive session.
What?
Very good. Move.
We'll be in recess until we come.
I'm sorry. Well, I'm sorry. We're going to move to executive session effective at 8:30.
Okay.
Sorry.
So we'll come back and then move to executive session. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I thought we should take a break before lunch either. Where's the closest restroom?
Right down the. I think I'm going to take this. What's that? No, not at all.
I appreciate the discourse too. It's just so unclear.
Oh, it's on the top. Okay. Jeez.
Long day too.
I know. It's been a long couple of weeks. So I made an error, and so we are back here. I need to put on the record what we are doing in executive session and officially put us in executive session. So item number 12 is executive session pursuant to CRS 246402-4B, conference with attorney for public entity, specifically legal questions for LTA attorney. Item number B, CRS 246402-4D, specialized detail of security arrangements, specifically periodic review of LTA security plan. And I've invited Mr. Tim Kistler to join us for that. Item number C, CRS 246402-4G, consideration of any protected documents, specifically work product. And item number D, CRS 246402-4E, Roman numeral 2, letter B, and letter I, specifically our principal position. Let's move to executive session.
All right.
Okay, we're out of executive session. We had a few things that we amended on the agenda, which we'll go ahead and address now, starting with the charter contract renewal with that resolution. So what I'll do is I'll read that into the record now. Liberty Tree Academy Board of Directors Resolution number 23-04-20-A, approving charter contract. Whereas Liberty Tree Academy, LTA, is a Colorado nonprofit corporation and a public charter school authorized by El Paso County, Colorado, School District 49, the district, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the state of Colorado, particularly the Charter School Act, Article 30.5 and Title 22 of the Colorado Revised Statutes, as amended, and the terms and provisions of the charter contract between the district and LTA, and whereas LTA entered into a charter school contract with the district dated July 1st, 2018 for the governance and operation of LTA 2018 charter contract. Whereas the 2018 charter contract will expire by its terms on June 30, 2023. Whereas LTA submitted a charter renewal application to the district seeking approval for LTA to continue operating as a district authorized charter school. Whereas the district board approved the charter renewal application for a 1-year term with the option of an automatic 4-year extension if certain conditions are met, and requested a new charter contract, 2023 contract, be negotiated. Whereas LTA and the district completed negotiations of the 2023 contract, and the district board approved the 2023 charter contract at its meeting on April 13th, 2023. Whereas the LTA board of directors have been presented the final 2023 contract at its regular meeting on April 20th, 2023. And whereas the LTA board desires to approve the 2023 contract and the signing of the same. Now, based on the preceding recitals, be it resolved. 1. LTA board hereby approves the 2023 contract as presented. 2. The LTA board authorizes its board president to sign the 2023 contract, any officer of the board to attest to the board president's signature on the 2023 contract, and LTA's legal counsel to sign the 2023 contract approving its form. We, the undersigned, hereby certify that Liberty Tree Academy Board of Directors duly adopted the preceding resolution number 2023-04-20-A on April 20th, 2023 at the roll call vote information below, and that the roll call information below is correct. I move adoption of the resolution as read, titled Resolution number 23-04-20-A. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Very good. Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson? Aye. Mrs. Helen?
Aye.
And Mr. Geithner votes yes. That's a 3-0 vote. We have a contract renewal adopted.
Finally.
Finally. Concurrent enrollment. Would you mind?
I'll make a motion to approve the concurrent enrollment handbook and policies
As presented?
as presented in the board packet.
Okay, and we don't actually, let's have a little discussion how we have a motion.
All right.
And then we can, I'll second.
I'll let John.
No, I'll second. Let's do a little discussion there real quick.
Okay.
It mentions May 15th, and I just want to make sure that we
I
get
think we can meet that. Ms. Sankey, do you think that we can meet that still?
Or do we need to adjust the
They have to
timeline?
provide notice.
So is the May 15th that they have to register or choose classes by, or?
I think it's.
With notice. They must email the concurrent enrollment coordinator to express course interests.
Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, we can do that.
May 15, 2023 is when final tallies for course interest will be counted, and then teacher placement will be considered based on that count.
I think we have to have time to reach out to the new kids and see.
It's unclear to me if that May 15th date is something that LTA put in there, or if that is something that Pikes Peak put in there.
Oh, no, that's ours.
Okay.
That whole book is one that
Okay.
I wrote at another school, and
Okay.
where we can adapt it any way we
Okay,
want.
I guess that was my only question.
Okay, so then my recommendation is that we don't hold fast to the May 15th, that we actually kick that out a little bit to give parents more time, and that's something That's a bad
School's gonna
idea.
be out.
Yeah, but why can't
We're,
students
so,
elect to be in concurrent enrollment outside of, like, why do they need to make that decision before the summer? Because really the only thing that determines is if the classes are available. So probably
Well,
kids are signing
except-
up for classes at Pikes Peak.
yeah, it'll take some time to get teachers to see how many kids are really interested. I got to have a parents meeting, a few things like that. And then
Do you want
we have to make sure we have the minimum number of students required for the class. If we don't have that minimum, then we have to backtrack and say, okay, do you want to go do that at Pikes Peak and then return here? And we juggle times.
So a couple of thoughts there. Rather than just saying an extra week, I mean, we could. I think the next board meeting is May 18th. I have to go back and confirm.
Well, you know, I
mean-
think that we can adopt the policies and adopt the handbook and give discretion to Ms. Sankey to change that date if needed.
We could. Now, how does this contemplate students that may come to LTA after?
In August, you know, or something.
How do
Yeah.
they, what if they, obviously there's semester
It will
at
depend-
Pikes Peak, because they didn't declare by whatever date, whether it's May 15th or something else, would they be prohibited from an,
They would have to take a placement test, and, you know, getting that done would depend on the logistics with Pikes Peak, or, you know, is there an online version available that they can
Right.
just do quickly at school?
I don't see anything in here that would prohibit them
Yeah.
from being considered. I just.
Yeah.
I didn't either,
I
but
think that this is more, this deadline is more to determine what options are gonna be available
And more a matter of internal functions
in staffing.
than anything, yeah.
Okay.
Now, Pikes Peak's classes, if you were going to go there, will fill up.
Yeah.
But the first year, if you're trying to get those prerequisites out of the way, that's more about us and, you know, us gathering up what we
Gotcha.
need to do.
Are you prepared to stick with May 15th? Do you want to revisit that now, or do we just want to go, I mean, I'm trying to, this is new to me. Now,
I think for this
parents-
first year, we better have a little flexibility. And then it might be okay to stand after that.
Okay.
We could, we could change it to June 1st, but say, okay, let's try and get it done by 15.
I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
yeah, change it
Yeah.
to June 1st. Okay.
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 Right.
All right. So we've had our discussion, we have our motion. Do we need to amend the motion
Yep.
because it was May 15th?
Yep, I move to, I'll amend my motion to adopt the handbook as is, but change the date to June 1st.
Okay.
Second. Okay, let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mrs. Helen?
Aye.
And Mr. Geiger votes yes. So June 1st.
Yeah.
Looks like we're good there.
Okay.
And then we had one more order of business. So conversations, making sure that we're doing everything right in terms of hiring, knowing, and, you know, it's better to get it documented to make sure that in state law with the number of changes that have come down and that we're we're dotting all our I's and crossing all our T's. And then also knowing, I forget how many positions we have online right now that we're hiring for.
A lot.
It's like at least 10, I think, multiple positions.
Easily. Mhm.
And knowing that we're at the end of the year, so that things don't get lost with the compressed timelines with everything else, the board thinks it's best to go ahead and make sure that we're working as a team to make sure that that hiring is happening and happening correctly. So we have a resolution here, which I'll read into the record. Liberty Tree Academy Board of Directors Resolution number 2023-04-20-B, addressing hiring and firing authority. Whereas Liberty Tree Academy LTA is a Colorado nonprofit corporation and a public charter school authorized by El Paso County, Colorado, School District 49 Charter Authorizer, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the state of Colorado, particularly the Charter School Act, Article 30.5 of Title 22 of the Colorado Revised Statutes as amended, CRS, and the terms and provisions of the charter contract charter between the charter authorizer and, whereas the Board of Directors of LTA Board desires to clarify the authority of the LTA employees to hire and fire employees of LTA while LTA has an interim principal, now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Directors of LTA as follows. Number one, employees of LTA may be hired and fired by the board and the board's president as permitted by LTA's bylaws. Number two, employees of LTA may also be hired and fired by the interim principal and either the upper school vice principal or the lower school vice principal. No individual LTA employee may make hiring, firing, or position reassignment decisions unilaterally, and no hiring, firing, or position reassignment decisions may be made without the express direction of the interim principal. Before hiring or firing an employee into a different position, the position shall be publicly posted, and all current LTA employees shall be informed in writing of the open position. Number 4, that if any section, paragraph, clause, or provision of this resolution shall for any reason be held to be invalid or unenforceable, the invalidity, thank you, or unenforceability of such section, paragraph, clause, or provision shall not affect any of the remaining provisions of this resolution. Number 5, that all bylaws, orders, and resolutions or parts thereof inconsistent herewith are hereby repealed to the extent only of such inconsistency. This repealer shall not be construed as reviving any bylaw, order, resolution, or part thereof. This resolution shall be in full force and effect upon its passage and approval. We, the undersigned, hereby certify that the Liberty Tree Academy Board of Directors duly adopted the preceding resolution number 2023-04-20-B on April 20th, 2023, and that the roll call vote information below is correct. I move adoption of resolution number 2023-04-20-Bravo. Can I get a second?
Second.
Very good. Let's do a roll call vote. Mr. Johnson?
Aye.
Mrs. Helland?
Aye.
And the chair, Mr. Geithner, votes yes. Resolution 2023-04-20 Bravo is adopted. I'll make sure that I send this. I guess I need to send it to Dustin as well. We need to
But we need to sign the resolutions.
digitally. Can we just do all of them?
I think, can we do them digitally?
Yeah, because he said he's going to do this one.
I thought you said he was doing the contract.
Oh, I see.
But that one we're gonna have to do digitally. How that one printed.
Right. Okay. Got it. Okay.
But I think you two have to sign that because I'm not the secretary nor am I the president. So I think we have to do those and then that one will have to be done digitally, I think.
And then this goes with this. And then I will reconnect to, which I can do right afterwards. Okay. Do we have any announcements?
Just the next meeting.
Next meeting is
Well, we're
May
gonna
8th.
have
Hold
to do
on.
that special one.
Right. Let's figure out our calendars.
Oh my God. My computer's gonna have any more batteries. Let's do it. Mr. Johnson, do you have your calendar?
Do you have your calendar?
My calendar's open.
It is. Okay. All right.
Can we do like, what's going on May 10th? You're doing something May 10th. You're having a meeting May 10th.
Oh, it's the interest for the PET. But we need to do it before May 10th. I was going to say either next week or the following, the first week of May.
The board meeting.
Yeah.
Not you and I.
Correct.
Like a special board meeting?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, because just for the principal hiring stuff, we have to get that.
I'm good with that.
We're gonna have to notice, is it 14 days though?
No.
Special
We
meeting
did
is,
special meeting, I think it's only 24 hours, isn't it? I believe it's 24 hours.
Our bylaws say that you have to provide a board members like 7 days notice.
Okay.
But-
So 7 days notice, if we do the first week in May,
Yep, so we can do the first week in May.
okay? What day? I would prefer an evening. I would say 6:30 for consistency.
Mm-hmm.
3rd or the 2nd?
It would have to be the 2nd or the 3rd.
Okay.
Because I have a flight the evening on the 4th.
Okay, 2nd or 3rd?
Either or, fine with me.
Let's go with the 2nd, which is a Tuesday.
We may have to do it during the day if it's interviews.
We may.
I can't do it during the day. That might be really rough.
Yeah, because you're.
Okay, So that's what,
I mean, the only other alternative is that we look to a weekend.
it's gonna be difficult. I'm in Minnesota the weekend of the 28th and the weekend of the 5th.
And we're gonna have to do an evening.
Well, we can always do it remote too. Remember
Yes.
that we said it was gonna be virtual anyhow, so,
Which I think based on the interviews that,
let's do the second. Let's just pin it as a second. Let's just hope that our people can do it that day.
okay, 6:30.
The
6:30.
interviews can do it that day.
6:30.
Okay. I mean, we can do as early as 6. I wouldn't want to do it any earlier than 6.
6 would be the earliest for me too.
Let's do 6.
Let's do 6.
Yeah.
Okay. So we'll do a special board meeting for May 2nd, May 2nd at 6 p.m. We'll be done virtually.
And that agenda should be,
It'll be out no later than 6 p.m.
Right.
Monday, May 1st. And the purpose of that is for
principal hiring.
principal hiring, which has a very strict timeline, as carved out by statute. So in order to remain compliant with that, we have to do a meeting. And so that's the meeting. So May 2nd, 6 p.m., which is a Tuesday, and it will be done virtually. It will be available to the public virtually.
That would give us enough time.
Yeah, it will be, it won't have all the typical stuff. It'll be
A lot of executive session.
correct, a lot of executive session. So anyways, all right, without any further, oh, and then the actual next formal, like as scheduled meeting is May 18th. That'll be here in the Pikes Peak Room, 6:30. We will also have the broadcast, pending any feedback that we may get. I think that's it. All right, we'll move to adjourn. Okay, sir. I think we have all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned. Thank you all. And I'll make sure that I send that last resolution that we just adopted, Mrs. Staky.
Okay.
I will wait till I get home though, and I can actually get on the internet because I did not find the